These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for joining. Welcome to this week's live stream. How we guys doing? Thanks for joining. Welcome. I am hyped and I am pumped tonight. So who have we got in tonight? Alex, good evening. Nice to see you. Lee Swetnam, nice to see you, mate. Thank you so much, everybody who's here so far. Right. Like I say, guys, I am pumped. I am proper pumped tonight. So I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds, see who joins in. I'll go over what I'm currently vaping, which is more or less the same as what I was vaping last week. So I'm just on the... Come on, Henry. So, Pulse, Mini, just got the normal Pulse bridge in there. Dion, thanks for joining, mate. Normal Pulse Vessel 2 in there. 28 gauge Fralian is in there, is what I'm got in that tank. What I'm currently vaping on, let's get rid of that, put that on, get everything nice and legal. So I'm still on this. This is, and why aren't you behaving yourself, Henry? All right, let's try again. There we are. Some juice cabin, custard creams, just been smashing that all week at the moment. So that's all that I'm currently vaping on until I get building. And hopefully this week won't be as much of a flop as last week with the build. So, oh, we've got a few people quite in. So who's with us? What you're vaping on? What you're drinking? Are you drinking anything tonight? So tonight is a little of what I had last week. Even Small's Death, which is a marshmallow from Northern Monk. A nice 8.4%. Let's get this cracked open. And just my glass that I keep in the freezer, nothing special, it's just what I drink out of. Let's go in for the pour. So I have tried this last week and everything. Hope everybody can hear me as well. If you see me chuck things under my bench, there is a bin there. So yeah, same as anything. It's a marshmallow s'mores. I'm going to pair it with the custard creams. I did pair it with that last week, but you know, it did go well together. So cheers, guys. Shout out to everybody that is joining, who's dipping in, dipping out. Hashtag replay crew. Cheers, guys. Thanks for joining. So yeah, it tastes a bit different to last week. There's definitely some marshmallow there. Let's pair it with the custard cream. So the marshmallow definitely comes out and chocolatey notes, but the more it makes the biscuitiness come out of the custard cream juice. Really nice. The thing about Northern Monk beers is the strong ones just taste like sweets, so it can be very, very deadly. Nightmare 25, Alex, and the Raiden 100. Nice. Wow. Yeah, I'm a mech person, Alex. Don't know if you've joined my live before, but yeah, I'm a mech person, definitely. And we've got some early bird stuff as well, which is why I'm pumped. Right, so not going to mess about. I'm going to get started. If you haven't joined my live stream before, I'm working with one camera, so I will be moving this camera to over here. So let's get moving and let's get started because I don't want to mess about. It is absolutely, I'm just pumped. Steam Crave V4 with fan. So, like I said, I will be moving you. I'm only going to be moving you once, probably. What's this doing? Come on. There we are. So, let me get you sorted and situated where I want you to be, which is just on my bench over here. Golden Virginia tobacco. I'm not a tobacco vapor, as you know, Dion. Sweet, I appreciate you. Right, so we are back on there now. I just want to check a couple of things. Make sure I'm plugged in and charging and everything's all right. So let's get going. So Nightbot's going to be doing their rounds. So I believe I've got it set up properly, but if Nightbot goes off on one and tells you you're spamming, just ignore it. Just ignore it. I know you're not spamming. It's a live, you're supposed to interact. So what do people expect? So, mail that I got today, early bird stuff. So, I purchased this myself. Early bird didn't send me this at all. I bought this myself. This is how pumped I am about this product. That's cool, Dion. You're here to this week. I appreciate it. So, like I say, some early bird stuff. So, let's get it open. I got it earlier this morning. If you've seen my posts on social media, you know when I've got it, but I have been itching to open this just to have a look. But I thought, no, wait until the live. Come on. There we are. So, we have upside down. Got the tombstone, the turnstone. And, right, let's get this. That's a bit better, you can see. So, I did purchase the Turnstone RDA and the Emperor RTA, both the same colour. I got them in gunmetal. So, got loads of stuff in silver and black and stuff and blue and gold. I think I've only got one device that's in gunmetal, and I quite like the gunmetal colour of the products. But yeah, so pumped. So let's have a look in the turnstone. So here we are, nice, lovely packaging. Nice, lovely packaging. It's weird as well because there's obviously a texture to the box. Really nice. Feels proper high end. So here we are, the early bird logo on that. Anything on the back, and there we are, early bird. There we are. Let's get it open. Must say the unboxing experience so far is pretty nice. So your bag of all your goodies and instructions and stuff just there. Wow. So I've got the turnstone in gunmetal. There we are. Now I must say this is more beautiful than I imagined. Wow. I really like the design on this. It looks really proper sexy. So you've got your early bird there. Have I got this on the right? Oh no, that's why it's not working properly. There we are, that's a lot better. Here we are, back in action. That's a lot better. So that's the underneath. Serial number 1281. Early bird logo there. So it's a bit similar, is it, to the Asgard that has the squonk pin and then the two screws that you can put in the center there. I won't be using it for squonking. Feels really nice, good weight to it as well. And I just love the design, the way it looks is perfect. There. So I'm just going to quickly separate the deck. So you've probably seen the deck before. There's a couple of, obviously Jaff's had his live and review out, and also Sam. Try not to be late to the game this time round. But yeah, that just looks absolutely beautiful. And the materials look really nice as well. Just let me change that to that. So I can get you in a bit closer. There we are. Beautiful. Yes, I did, Alex, I did get it from eSig1. eSig1 is, or EC1 is your favourite, is your friend, is a favourite of mine, sorry, and your friend as well. Straight screwdriver screws there, 30mm. Nice. Inside there is your airflow ring. So let me just take the drip tip off. So drip tip comes off. Your heat sink as well. So let me change that back. So heat sink as well. Pull that up slightly. So heat sink as well, which I think is a nice touch. Wonder if they'll bring out different colours of these maybe to customise. And look at me. There we are. Airflow insert just there. Really nice. No, I didn't, Alex. I didn't. No. My budget didn't stretch that far, Alex. I wanted to get these. I mean, if I had the money, I would have got the series deck for both of them. But my budget didn't stretch that far. So, no, I haven't tried that. It's definitely on my list. There's juices everywhere that I want to try. And like I say, it just doesn't. Got my fingers in a lot of pies. So I jump from one thing to another. I mean, I'm a retro vape channel, but as you can see, I do get some modern stuff like I've got today. So that is the Tombstone RDA. Really nice and beautiful. So let me see if I can line this up roughly. Not doing well, guys. It's definitely on my things to try anyway, Alex. Definitely on my things to try. So there we are. So that is the tombstone. And I can't wait to get it all built up in today's live. So let me just pull this box out, which has all your spares that you need. So extra post screws, Allen keys and O-rings, solid 510 pin, which I will be changing out. So I will take that out so it's ready for when I swap it out. So I'll just pop that there. So anyway, that's the tombstone. Like I say, you've probably seen it before. But yeah, get a quick up close of it. So let me just get that pin out so I don't lose it. Pop that back in there. I'm just going to pop that there so it's ready for when I come back to it. So that is the turnstone. So let's get over to no, Alex, I don't have the series deck. I would, like I say, if my money had stretched, I would have got the series deck for both of these, the RTA and the turnstone. But my budget didn't thingy, and plus the wire that I currently have, obviously I can't make a high enough coil for what I want to do. But it's definitely going to be a revisit. I am going to get the series decks for both of them, and it'll be a revisit or another live stream that I will tackle that with. So let's get on with the RTA. So same thing, nice textured box, feels completely high end. I mean, I've got to admit, it doesn't feel cheap in any way. It feels really nice. The RDA looks nice, Dion, online and everything, but until you actually get it in your hand, like I say, until you actually get it in your hand, it's completely something else. It feels high end. Everything feels high end. Like you should be paying hundreds and hundreds of pounds for these. So same in the RTA, you get yourself a little pamphlet with stuff in there. You get your bag of spares. Sorry about the glare, guys. Bag of spares, post screws, extra drip tip, and O-rings in there. So you get your RTA, same like I said, gunmetal. I went for gunmetal. Your redesigned chimney. Come on, why isn't Henry concentrating on here? There we are. Don't think I've got, no I haven't. So I don't know why this is doing this. Autofocus, there we are. So revised chimney. So the chimney that you get in there was the wrong one. It should have been this chimney, the revised chimney that should have been in the tank. So this is why you get this spare chimney. So the other one is usable but not advisable. So just throw it away or keep it in the box to say that you've got all the pieces. So obviously you'll be swapping the chimney out with this one. Bubble glass obviously to increase the capacity. So let's get this one out. Wow. So that is the underneath of it. Like I say, I apologise for the glare, guys. Serial number 697, early bird. Now, like I said, same with the RDA. It absolutely looks and feels completely different to what you see online. That is absolutely beautiful. And a nice decent weight as well. It doesn't feel like something that's cheap. It feels well made. And I like it. It's something different. You got some serious coils in yours. So anyway, we'll start from the top. 510 drip tip. This is the short one. You get a slightly higher one, obviously, in the box. So that's your drip tip. O-rings on the inside of the catch cup there. So you can use any 810 drip tip in there. Airflow, look at that beautiful airflow. Just looks really nice. And I like it because it's different as well. You get your normal top airflow RTAs that's got the parallel airflow. This is just something completely different. So airflow is completely open there. You can there tailor it down to how you want it, all the way down there like that. Which is good. It's not bad at all. Plenty of airflow there, plenty. So to open the top cap, you close the airflow all the way to one side and then pull off like that. So that's the inside of the top cap. Really nice in there. Making sure that's tight in there. That is. So there we have your fill port. Nice kidney shaped hole there. You've got your notch that corresponds with your top cap there for putting it together. But easiest way to do is end of the airflow, just there. That's where you pull it on and then obviously push it back on. Push it back on like that. So that's the airflow. So it comes out at about 30 millimeters in diameter, 31 where these knurlings are and the glass comes out a bit, protrudes a bit, just like that. I cannot fault it on the quality one bit. That's why I am so hyped and pumped about this product, because obviously a lot of good things as well. There were obviously early bird were at the this Ohm Zone on tour and the OG one last year. So there's your build deck there. Nice big build deck just there. Let me change it to this. Get you a bit closer. Sorry about the lighting, guys. Will this let me light up the situation? Yeah. See if that helps a bit. That doesn't even help, does it? No, that just makes it worse. So there's your build deck on the RTA. Nice big wicking ports just there. Machining is excellent on this. Really excellent. Yeah. Flatheads, same as the RDA. So I'm assuming, like the RDA, they do supply you with the hex screws as well. So you've got some flat screws just there. That is the base. And then the chimney. So this is the wrong chimney. So this is the old chimney and airflow piece that should have not come with the tank. This is why you get the spare one just in there. So I'm not going to throw it away, I'll just keep it in the box. But as you can see, the design is slightly different with these notches just at the top, just there. And then obviously your airflow as well. So this is the one that is the wrong one. As you can see, all the airflow holes are all the same. And on the revised chimney, you've got smaller holes at the top and bigger ones below. So that's the one that needs to be going into the tank, just like that. So I'll put that in there so I don't forget and end up using the wrong airflow chimney. So that is the Emperor RTA. Let me get this in. So it's obviously better to get the chimney off and then pop that in and then screw. Or I'm going to try and screw. There we are. So it's thingy because it's obviously the O-rings are dry. But yeah, everything's nice and smooth on there. Nice and smooth. So there we are, that's the Emperor. So they're the two that I will be building tonight, and I will be making 2 separate coils for each device as well. So the question is what do I use first, or what do I build first? Because obviously I want to do 2 different coils for each device. So which one would you like me to set up first or build first? Because obviously I'm going to be doing my coil. Nothing's going to change about the live like that. I will be making a coil for each. So what do you guys want me to use first? The Emperor or the Turnstone? Because that depends on what coil that I make. And then we'll get started. So that's the 2 that's come today. So pumped, so excited. I'm happy to have these in my possession and my collection. Right, I'll give you guys RTA. Okay, we've got one for RTA. D and RDA. Right, so there's people obviously jumping in and out. I know that making coils is not going to be for everybody. So we've got one for RTA, one for RDA. What's the next person going to comment? There's going to be people bouncing in and bouncing out. So we've got one each for one each there. So let me get you in a better position. And obviously, so you can see what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. There we are. Come on, guys, the third person, comment. What shall I do first, the RDA or the RTA? So whoever's jumping in now, I have asked what shall I do, the RDA or the RTA first, because I'm building a different coil for each device. RTA is one. So we've got 2 for RTA, 1 for RDA. Who's the next one? Team RTA. Okay, Team RTA. So, RTA, I did want to do a 4-core alien, just a simple 4-core alien, a 26 gauge 4-core alien. And then what I was going to do for the Turnstone was Fralian, 26 gauge Fralian. So I understand that not everybody is going to be interested in making coils, so people are going to dip in, dip out. I understand that. People use pre-made coils, which is also cool as well. And check out Dave Watman and all the other good coil makers that are out there for your coil needs as well. So RTA, I'm going to do a simple 4-core alien for the RTA. So I need my table or my little stool that I've chopped down to size. My drill. So this is a Daedalus Pro drill. It's what I have. If you've got a normal cordless drill, then that's fine as well. As long as you've got a forward and a backwards motion on there, then you're fine, you're good. I've got my straight chuck in there as well. Nice little investment from the Friendly Coil Factory in France. Inexpensive, and it just keeps all your coil wires nice and flat. Hello, Lauren. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. So I've got some early bird stuff. If you haven't seen my social media stuff, I've got the Turnstone and the Emperor. People have voted for the RTA. So I'm building 2 different coils for each. So with the RTA, I'm doing a simple 4-core Alien. So 26 gauge for my cores and 36 gauge for the outer wrap. Stealth wire is what I'm using. Really good wire. Or should I say a really good quality affordable wire. If I had the money, I'd have better wire, but this is really, really good wire. And then outside wrap, 36 gauge, both NI80. So some of the tools that I'll need is pliers, some cutters, and then all of my other tools that I'll need that I'll just slap just there. So let's get on with it. So I'm going to need a couple, obviously four pieces of 26 gauge. For my D-core, I will be doing 1 piece slightly longer because you need more D-core than you for your final wire or the amount of wire that you've got. So what I'm going to do is skipping stuff. I need my binoculars because I am blind. So I like the way this camera bit is set up because you don't see me looking like a complete twat with these goggles on. So I suppose that's a positive. So I'm going to pull out 4 nice pieces. I like to have extra wire just to play with, chuck and stuff like that. So I'm going to go with 35 centimeters, 350 millimeters, and what are we on here? 14 inches. So there's one. Chop that off. And then 2, about 35. Give it a little pull. It's a nice soft wire, so you can just pull it. You can put it in your chuck and straighten if you want. I don't. I just pull, or I try to pull without letting go. There we are. Give it a little pull and it straightens out. Nice piece just there. Chop that. So like I say, I like to have extra because of chuck and swivel and stuff, and then obviously cutting and then making everything nice and level. So there's another piece there. Give that a chuck. So that's 3 pieces just there. So my 4th piece is I'm going to do a lot longer because I need more D-core than my final wire. So I'm going to, just for chuck and stuff, I'm going to go slightly longer, about 45 centimeters, 17 inches, like so. And then I'm going to just chop this off just there. So the longer piece is what will be going in my chuck and my drill. Don't have the patience. Yeah, a lot of people don't, Alex. That's why I said there's a lot of great coil makers out there. There's a lot of good coil makers out there. Flavor Craver, thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an L in one end of the wire. This is for just securing to my chuck, and then also good for mounting my wire as well. So I'm just going to open this flat chuck. There is a divot in the center of there to line the wire nice and center. So I'm just going to lay that in there like so, and then lock that in there. So I've got a nice long piece just there. So let me bring my swivel set over so you can see. So it's just a normal bench vise, just like that, with a piece of wood and swivels. Use ball bearing swivels. Anything less, they're just going to fail on you. I use 3 of them just in case one fails. I've got backups along the way. So let's have a look here. So can I bring you just up just slightly? Just so you can see what I'm doing here. So here, just so you can see what I'm doing here. So here I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm just going to put a little L in the end. And this is just for mounting on to my swivel. So I'm going to hook it up like that, as you can see just here in the corner, and then mount it and put your, lock it in just like that. Then pull it in taut. You don't need it too tight, you just need it a good amount of resistance. So as you can see, that still moves and has plenty of play in there. Also make sure that your swivels move, which they do nicely. So that's good just there. So we're there, and you can see. So like I say, core wire mounted. Now I've just messed up here, and I've messed up big time because I'm too excited and I'm trying to get ahead of the game. Now I'm doing a 4-core alien, so I don't want to be doing my D core off a 26 gauge. That's how silly I am, and that's why I like to take my time, or try and not look like a complete twat while I'm doing a live stream. So I'm going to just trim that. So I'm doing a 4-core. So you do your D core off a different size, which is going to be a 24. So let me try and explain this to you without confusing you. If you're doing a normal 3-core alien, so 3-wire alien, you do your D core off the same wire, 26 gauge. When you add a wire, you need to do your D core off a thicker wire, because obviously the travel around those 4 cores are wider. So for every wire you add, go down 2 gauges. So I'm 26 gauge, adding a wire, I want to go to 24 gauge. If I was making a 5-core alien, I'd do my D core off a piece of 22 gauge. And the same going the opposite way, you go the opposite way. So if I'm making a 2-core alien, you want to use a gauge smaller. So if I was doing a 2-core 26 gauge alien, I'd do my D core off a piece of 28. So I've got my 4 pieces there. So let's try this again and not mess up. So this is Kenthal, and it's not easy to stretch. So I am going to be stretching this in my drill. Nearly messed up there big time. So I am going to straighten it in my chuck. It's Kenthal, so it's not soft like NI80. No, so like I say, if you're doing a Alex, if you're doing a normal 3-core alien, so say like I'm doing a 26 gauge 3-core alien, I will do my D core off the same gauge wire, off a 26 piece. So any 3-core alien, doesn't matter whether it's 24 gauge. If you're doing a 3-core 24 gauge alien, you do your D core off the 24. If you're doing a 3-core 28 gauge alien, you do your D core off a 28 gauge. It's when you start adding wires and taking away wires, you do your decore obviously off a different size wire. So because I'm adding a wire, I want to do my decore off 2 gauges lower for every wire that you add. If that makes sense. I'm hoping that makes sense to you. And then the opposite, when you're taking away a wire, you do your decore off a thinner wire, because your alien won't need to be as wide or wider if you're adding or taking away a wire. I'm trying not to confuse people saying this, especially if it's people that are getting into building or just curious of the process. That is basically it. So I'm just going to straighten this wire up. So I'm just going to hold it. I'll just tilt you that way so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to hold it lightly, spin the drill. Doesn't matter which direction it goes in, and it gives you a nice straight piece of core wire just there. So same as the other wire before I nearly messed up, I'm going to put an L shape in there. Mount that to my swivels. So same again, just mount it round, hook it, fold it, and wind it round to lock it in. Just like so. So I'm just going to get it where I need it to be. So like I say, you want it, it's not completely tight, it is just the right amount of resistance to it. And then again, just check your swivels are spinning, and then you should be good. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you in closer. For some, it's going to be interesting. For some, it's going to be boring. So let me get you in closer to what I am doing. So let me get you there. I'll get you more or less there. Get you thingied in just like that. Looks like I'm going to have to go for a little bit of manual focus, so bear with me guys. So focus, so that's not. So let's try again, let's get this focus doing what it should be. Let me check. And that is why. That's a bit better. There we are. And I want to lock that in. So I've got a piece of my 24 gauge here with my little bit not sticking out because I forgot to put the L in, not a problem. So when you're doing your decor for your aliens, what you want to do is when you're wrapping basically your Clapton, which you're going to pull off this piece of wire. So you want to wrap your decor opposite way to where your final wrap is going to be. So I like to wrap over the top for my final wrap. So I'm going to be doing my decor from underneath. I can say clockwise and anti-clockwise, but it also depends on which side you have your drill. If you have your drill the opposite way, it's obviously going to be the opposite way. So I explain it this way, just so if anybody that has never built before gets what I'm saying, instead of me doing clockwise and anti-clockwise. So I like to wrap over the top for my final wrap. So I'm going to be wrapping my decor from underneath. If you're opposite, you like to wrap from underneath, you have to do your decor from over the top, if you understand what I mean. So you need to do it the opposite way to your final alien wrap is what you basically need to do. So 36 gauge wire. So this is going to be slightly tricky, but it is doable. I'll just wrap it the best way I can around this screw. pull as much as I need to, just to lock it in. Doesn't have to be anything special. Make sure your drill is in the right way. And the good thing I like about this chuck is you can slam the wire all the way to the end just there. So 90-degree angle is what you want it at. Okay, and then just do like you would do a normal Clapton. So I'm going to be Claptoning most of this wire. Hopefully my microphone is doing its job and drowning out the sound of the drill. So this is the part of the build that if you mess up or go back on yourself, you can correct it. Just correct it. It's a normal Clapton wire, 90-degree angle. I'm not holding my spool too tight as well. I want that core wire, the Clapton wire, to be able to move off the core very easily. So I'm not holding it extremely tight. I'm just holding it very loosely, but not too loosely that I'm going to mess up. So thanks for everybody that's here. I really appreciate you guys. My drill is making one hell of a noise. But I hope you can't hear it through my microphone. Let's put it that way. So there we are. Like I say, keeping a 90-degree angle. So I'll just stop there a second and move you over so you can see what I'm doing. There we are. And then just carry on very slowly. So like I say, at this point, you're just doing like you would a normal Clapton. So the math can be different, doing your decore off when you're adding and taking away a wire. But if you were doing just a normal 3-core alien, just do your decore off the 24, off the gauge wire that you're doing your 3-core with, whether it's 26 gauge, 28 gauge, or whichever gauge. It only starts getting slightly complicated when you start adding wire or taking away a wire, is when it starts getting complicated. So like I say, in this instance, because I'm doing a 4-core alien, I'm going to be doing my decore off a piece of 24 gauge wire. So I'm going to be going off camera a little bit more, but I'm just going to get this done. This isn't a particularly fast drill. Aussie Cook, thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate that. So how are you keeping, Aussie Cook, as well? I've been seeing your builds on social media. You are absolutely killing it, mate. Those interlock aliens looked absolutely superb. And how are you liking your flat wire builds as well, Aussie Cook? Because I know you've done some Fralians as well. So I rather have more decor than what I need than having less and running out. There's nothing worse than that. So I'm just going to turn this off for 1 second and I'm just going to measure how much decor I have here. That's good to hear, mate. That's good to hear. You are absolutely killing it. I am absolutely loving your posts of your builds. They're looking really good. So I'm going to go a bit more. I'm not going to go to all the way to the end of this wire, but more or less most of it. I know you can't see the end bit here off the camera. It's because I'm just trying to concentrate. You need slightly more anyway, because as soon as you cut the wire, it's going to recoil a bit. Right. So it will spring back a tiny bit. So you want to take that into consideration as well as have it needing slightly more decor. There we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to whack you over here like this so you can see what I'm doing just here. Or I'm going to try and get you to see what I'm doing just here. So as you can see, my wire is just here. So as soon as I cut it, so as you can see there with the black, soon as I cut it, it's going to recoil back a bit. You'll see it recoil back a bit. I want to leave a bit of a leg on there. So as you can see, I've lost about 1 centimetre because it's recoiled back a bit. So hence you need an extra and a bit extra of what you need in there in the final wrap. Oh, don't mention it, mate. Don't mention it. I won't say I was one of the best, but I really, really do appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you, brother. So, right. At the end of the day, Aussie Cook, I can show you how to do it, but at the end of the day, it's what you make that makes it what it needs to be. I'm just happy to help in any way that I can. So, I'm going to chop that off. So, as I was saying, I didn't want to hold the spool too tight when I'm doing my decor, just so I can do this. So you see how I can move this decor off the core wire or the Clapton part lightly, just like that. That's how you want it. You want it light. Now, if you get in a situation where you've held your spool too tight and it doesn't move, simple. Grab your other end, which is here, your little tail, spin your drill in the opposite direction for about 5 seconds and it should loosen up and move. So as you can see, it's not snagging on this or anything, it's moving on the other side. So that is the decor just there made for the 4-core Alien. Let me take this auto lock off. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut that. I'm going to very gently slide this decor off. So I'm just going to very gently slide it off. And there we have is your decor or your Alien part, which is going to be your final wrap on the Alien. So let me just unmount this wire like so. Sorry if you can hear people in the background. I do have my window open because I'm assuming it is going to get extremely cloudy in here once I get built. So there we are. So this piece of 24 gauge won't get wasted. It'll be used for a different build. So I've got my 4 pieces of core wire, my decor set. So it's time to mount it all to the drill and everything. So what I'm going to be using in this situation is some key rings, just to keep my core wires nice and flat. So I'm going to be using a couple of key rings. So there's other things you can use. You can use a paper clip. You can use a snap clip, hair clip. you can use Lego as well. Lego is also good. As you can see, I do have some pins, just some paper clips just there. But also what I'm going to be using, which I normally just use with my just normal core aliens, is a guide. And this guide is basically what I got with this Daedalus Pro kit. But there is also guides online. There's loads of different coil places and stuff like that where you can get guides, or they call them alien makers and stuff like that, which just help keep all your wires nice and flat. So what I'm going to do is, now I've got these little bits all set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab all my core wires, which is 4. I am going to make sure they're all next to each other and flat, like that. And I'm just going to run my finger down the wire, and then I'm going to trim it and make it all level. Okay, so I'm just going to get it. So hence the reason, one of the reasons why I like to have extra wire is for basically like this. So after lining up and everything, I can get them and cut them all flush. Watch your eyes. So now that I've got both ends nice and level and cut flush like that, let me check what focus you're on. So you're on that, so that's good and nice. Get you nicely in there. So I'm going to mount my core wires into my chuck. So one of the reasons why I like this chuck as well is it's flat. So it's not like your normal chuck where it goes into a point. It is flat like that. So it keeps, so especially for alien builds, yeah, perfect. Keeps them all nice and flat. There is a center divot, center line there, but I just want to be just slightly off that, because I want these lined up and I haven't got a center wire. So I'm just gonna very carefully place them in here like so. So I'm not going to get them completely center, but center enough to hold the wire. And this is why you need to make sure that sorry about the camera, all your wires are all level and where they need to be. Otherwise you're going to have problems like I've just had a problem, them not all locking down correctly. So I might have to go just slightly off center maybe. I want to get them in there, and I want to get this nice and tight. Not a problem, Alex, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming, Alex. Hopefully I will see you on the next one. Thanks for joining, mate. So, Flavor Craver, it normally goes wrong for you. Mad Artisan Coils, thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate it. So as you can see, I've got everything nice and straight in my core. I'm going to run my fingers down, keeping it all nice and level. I'm going to put my guide on there. I'm going to thread my guide in there, keeping everything nice and straight and level, like so. So this is where the guide comes in nice and helpful, and also keeps everything nice and straight like that. So I'm just going to pull you up here so you can see what I'm doing. So at this end, after I've got my guide on there just to help me. Now, some people might not need a guide. I probably don't need a guide. I just use that as an extra precaution, especially as well when I'm doing my live as well. I want it to go right, because it didn't always go right. If you got last week's stream, my build went absolutely tits up last week. So keeping them all taut and level and side by side all together. So I'm just going to pop that through my swivel, making sure that they're all together. And then I'm just going to push and fold over like so. And then I'm going to get my swivel all nice and straight, just there. So you want same, you want it, you don't want it too tight. You want it nice and so there's movement. If you don't have movement, then your swivels might end up binding up on you, and you don't want that. So like I say, you want it just a bit of leeway in there. That is perfect for me. So with my keyring, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attach my keyring there. This is just for the other end, like that. Just keeps that all nice for me, just like that. And then at this end, let's get you in there. You're locked in there. So this end, as you can see, I've got my guide. Now, for me, as an extra precaution, I'm going to put a keyring round this guide as well, just for extra bit of extra protection to keep those core wires more or less flat, because these guides that I use, they can make your core wire collapse a bit if you're not on the ball. So this for me is just an extra bit of precaution there, just to keep everything nice and flat like that. I'm going to pop that just there. So that is the wires all mounted. So it's getting to decore time. Now, I can't tell you guys I appreciate that, Lauren. I really do appreciate that. Yeah. It probably is gobbledygook to some people. But yeah. For people that make coils or interested in coils, you know, it's just an insight. I like to make my own coils. I have used other coils. I've used Steam Crave coils, and I will eventually make it a segment in my lives where I'll do a coil build, and then I'll use a professional coil that somebody else has made. So anybody that's joined, cheers. I hope you've got something nice to drink. I've got a small stout that I'm drinking. And this is blurry as fuck. Come on, Henry. There we are. So it's now time to stretch your decore wire. Now there's different ways of doing it, different ways of handling it. But it's not something I can tell you exactly. So let me just move you around like that so you can see me and I can talk to you a bit normal. There we are. So there we are. So the decore part, I can't tell you how to stretch. Now, there's different ways to stretch it. Let me push you back a bit. All right, there's different ways to stretch it, but I can't tell you exactly how to stretch it because every build is completely different depending on how much wire you have as well. So I can't say bend this piece of wire to a certain, stretch this wire, sorry, to a certain length. I can't do that. It's just something, if you're new to it, you're going to have to play with. It's better off to understretch it and have a bit of a pinch when it comes to wrapping rather than overstretching it. If you overstretch it, that D-core is useless to you and you're going to have to start off again. So if you're new to making coils or you're trying aliens for the first time, my recommendation is do more than one D-core. Do about 3, 4, maybe 5. So if you're in this situation here, whether you're all set up and you mess up, it's easier to just unwrap it all and start with another D-core than having to take it all apart, put a wire in and make another D-core, which is probably what's going to end up happening to me. It's probably going to end up messing up. So, like I say, there's different ways to stretch it. Some people do the non-stretch method, which I haven't tackled at the moment, where you don't stretch it. You just stretch the end and have it thingy and have a certain amount of pinch on so it stretches as it feeds to you. I have not tackled that one yet. So there's also a half stretch as well, where I just basically pick it up and I'll do that. And then, a bit like the non-stretch method, you get yourself in there, you establish your pinch and you keep it there and you go along. I can sort of do that one. Yeah, definitely. Mad Artisan coils, definitely. It's just something you're going to have to play with. That's why I suggest doing more than one D-core, because probably your first one, you might overstretch. And like I say, if you overstretch it, it is technically useless to you in case, and if you change your mind and decide to add another wire, you might get away with it being slightly overstretched, maybe that way. But like I say, I cannot say. So with the way I do it is the way I stretch it is I do it by look and also feel as well. But the best way to explain it, once you get your stretch, you want it to look a bit like a corkscrew is what you want it to look at. Different people will stretch it and then measure it against the cores just to see if they've got the stretch right. I don't. I just go with it. If I do it right, I do it right. So I'm going to get on to the stretch now. So I will leave you there. I just want you to be able to see what I'm doing, okay? Because I'm going to be stretching it. I'm going to be opening that door behind me, and I'm probably going to be ending up going out of the room as well. And it's slightly harder as well for me because I've got a carpeted floor. So I want to make sure that there's no ends on it, so there's no snagging on my carpet, okay? And if you've got just a smooth floor, you'll have no problem with it snagging. So as I showed you before, I left a tail on each end. There we are, a tail on each end. One's for basically mounting and one's for stretching. Now, the way I'm going to stretch it is basically just using my piece of wood just here, that I'm going to clamp one end of my wire using these. So these are cheap enough. I got these from Aldi, £5 for a set of 3, and you get 2 small, medium and large. So I'm just going to mount that onto here. So I'm trying to do it so you can see it, so it's not where the chat is. There we are. Move you over like that so you can see. So I'm just mounting that here. So with one end of my D-core, I'm just going to stretch slightly and then mount it into there. Let me get this off. Let me get this focus right. Muscle memory. There we are. So if you see my other lives, you know I wear these. It helps me see because my eyes are shit, even though I wear glasses. So all I'm going to do with this end is I'm just going to pull it slightly. Pull a bit of the D-core like so. just to make it easier to mount into this clamp and it doesn't slip out. So I've got that mounted there, nice and tight. So I'm going to be moving now. So with the other end, I'm just using some curved pliers like that. I'm using teethless pliers. You can use teeth pliers, but with a really thin gauge wire, if you get it in between your teeth, it's easier for it to slip out. Hence why I'm just using flat, non-teeth wires. So I've got my decal just here. I'm probably going to end up going out my room. So I'll open my door. Now I know the camera makes this room look right big, but it's not as big as it looks. So it looks as if I'm going really far away. I'm not. It's just the way the camera is making it look. So this end with the other tail, I'm just going to grab with the pliers. Hold on really tight, obviously, to your wire. Oh, that's a good idea. I might have to try that. I'll have to try that, Mad Artisan. Yeah. Thank you for that, mate. I'm definitely going to have to try that. Anything is better. Like I say, with the carpet, it's a bit fiddly with the carpet. But yeah, now stretch. Now, I'm not fully stretched now. What I want to just point out, say like you're mid-stretch like this and it slips out of your pliers, don't panic as much. It might spiral up a bit, but if you can undo it, it's going to be a bit janky like that. If you can grab hold of it and get it straight again and pull, it'll take that kink and stuff out of it. So, like I say, I use luck as well. I'm going to pull it about to there. So I hope you can see me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to release my pliers, because what will happen is this will spiral a bit. Once you let it go, it'll spiral a bit. Let it do its thing. Now this is where you need to be very, very careful now. You don't want to snag your wire. You don't want to twist it or get it tangled, even though tangling it, you can recover from tangling it, but you want to be extremely careful now. So it's done its little spiral bit like that. So I'm just going to gently lay that across my leg for a second. Let me get you back to here. And then I'll get you back to where I need to be. So I want to make sure, obviously, that my wire isn't tangled in any way and it's straight. So on this side, because this side is going to be behind me, or I'm going to thread it under my chair and throw it out behind me, I want to cut that little tail off. So this little tail just here, I'm going to cut off, just so it doesn't snag on my carpet. So I'm just going to chop that off like that. I'm going to check my wire again, make sure it hasn't spiraled or curled, and then I'm just going to very gently thread it underneath my chair. I know this looks a bit stupid and weird, but this is just my method. So I'm going to pull the wire as best as I can, and then I'm going to throw it out behind me so it straightens out There we are. And that's good. So I'm just going to be very careful and just shuffle forward a bit, hoping that I haven't stepped on my wire. I'm going to release this wire here, like that. This one's got the other tail in. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly mount this, and then I'm going to bring you close in and show you what I have done. So all I'm doing here is I'm lifting one of the wires of the decore and just threading that through, and I'll just leave that there. Let's get you back round here. There we are. So here we are. Let's get you back round here. And so as you can see, I've got my decore wire just there like that. So all I'm going to do is just for here is I'm just going to use this, and I'm just going to push it all the way to the edge, like so. So that's what it's going to look like, basically like that. Don't worry if you've dinted your first part of your wire. Your first couple of wraps, you're just going to establish whether you need a pinch or not. So if you're lucky and you've stretched your wire bang on, then it's just a matter of just letting it thread through your fingers, okay? If you need a pinch, I use my thumb and index finger. I hold it like this. If I need a pinch, obviously I increase my pinch by pinching harder. If I need to release it, I release my pinch. Now, I keep it like that all the time, okay? If you watch some people, they might say increase your pinch by twisting your finger backwards or forwards. Now, I have done that in the past, but what I find is when you twist your finger just to increase that pinch, your wire feeding up to your wire ends up spiraling and ends up tangling up. So what I tend to do is I just tend to keep it like that where it's feeding, keep it nice and level. I don't twist or move like that. I just keep it nice and straight to flow straight through. So when you're doing aliens, you need to not do it a 90-degree angle like you were doing a Clapton. You need to be leaning forward just slightly. So if you're doing a normal Clapton, you've got a 90-degree angle. When you're doing an alien, you want to be slightly leaning towards your swivel. You want to be slightly ahead of the game. So you want to be leaning like that. You don't want a right angle, otherwise you're just going to go back on yourself. Okay? So you want to be slightly ahead of the game like that. Okay, leaning forward or towards your swivel. If your drill is on the opposite side to the way I have it, obviously you're going to be leaning that way slightly because your swivels is obviously going to be this side where I've got the chuck, just like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get started. Make sure your drill is in the opposite direction. So I want the drill to be spinning like that way, not that way where I did my decore. So I want to be spinning that way. So your first couple of wraps are not going to be perfect. You're just establishing your pinch. And then once you've got your pinch, it's a matter of just holding it there and getting off. Now you can let go, but you might end up with a couple of imperfections in your build as you go along. But we'll just see how it goes. Let's get going. So I'm hoping everybody flying custard. Thank you for joining, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, Flying Custard, appreciate you joining, my brother. Today I am making a 4-core alien, a 26 gauge 4-core alien, and I'm making it for the Emperor RTA. I do have the turnstone as well, so I will be doing 2 separate builds in this. But for the Emperor, I'm doing a 4-core alien. And then for the turnstone, I'm going to be doing a Frailian. So there's going to be 2 builds in this stream. Anyway, I hope what I've said is nice and clear for you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And then I'll get on with the wrapping. Right, let's get going. So I'm going to be holding my wire as such. Sorry, I just knocked the camera. So all I'm doing now is I'm establishing my pinch if I need one. So I definitely need a pinch. I haven't stretched it far enough. I have understretched it. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be just stretching just slightly more and go from there. So once you've established your pinch, it's a matter of just keeping it there. I'm not going to go too fast because there's quite a bit of wire I need to do. And I don't want to mess up. I want it to be nice and perfect, obviously, for this build. It's not that I can't go fast. It's just that I don't want to get any imperfections. I will get bored and I will speed up slightly. But I cannot send it. There we are. So you can let go of your wire. You just got to be careful that you get the same reflex when you carry on. So I'm just going to move this over just slightly. Azza, thanks for joining, my brother. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. Thanks for joining. I'm doing a 4-core alien for the Emperor, which is what I'm doing now. So this is what you're seeing. So I understand if people are dipping in and out, not everybody wants to see a coil build coil build live. So because I've let go, it's not a problem. I just want to establish that pinch again. So start off slow, get going, and let it feed through, just like that. So if anybody's commenting or asking anything, just forgive me because I am concentrating on this. So as you can see, that guide and that keyring keeps everything nice and flat for me. So I'm just going to stop there and I'm just going to slide that over a bit. So I haven't taken my tension off my core wire just here. So then get started again. So like I was saying when I was doing the D-core, you will, if you make a mistake at this stage, then it is, oh, nice one. I knew it. Right. So I've got a bit of a tangle here, which happened to me before. Now, I know you can't see it, but as you can see, I've got a bit of a tangle there. So I'm just going to quickly untangle it. Now, this is the problems you can run into. Just don't panic. Just take your time. The best thing to do is to take your time and unravel it like I'm doing or trying to do. I mean, I'm doing it off camera because I want to do it as quickly as possible. There we are. And that's that. And I've just created a new one. So I'm just going to quickly, so these are the things you're going to run into. So I might end up with an imperfection in my wire because I was on the wire when I shuffled my thingy forward, so I have got a bit of a imperfection there, not to worry. Right, let's get going again. So like I say, if you mess up at this stage, you cannot go back on it. You're just going to have to carry on. Yeah, true. The thing with that, for me, flying custard, is whenever I do that, it always messes up for me. And like I say, I try and find different ways and easier ways, obviously, to do stuff. As you can see, I've messed up just there. I've messed up just there. So basically, if I do it further out, this is when stuff starts messing up for me. And this is just messing up for me because I did it wrong. So let me see if I can just readjust this, because I don't want it to be a complete flop. And go from there. So as you can see, I have messed up just there. Nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. I've just got to carry on. I'm not selling these coils, so it's not major because I'm vaping them. But I'd rather not have the imperfections, which seems to be happening to me. Now, it's not easy, especially when doing it on camera as well. There we are. And then just keep it going. Like that. And then move it over, start a bit more. And then once you get going, it works out a lot better. I mean, I can speed up, and I keep messing up. Famous last words, eh? Let's try again. I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to rush. So I'm trying not to rush. And to keep these, just going to loosen this a bit. There we are. Thanks for everybody that is still here and has been absolutely patient with me. So, as you can see, some mistakes. Like I say, it is simply because I am doing a live. If I were doing this off camera, it won't mess up as much on me. Now I am getting up to a piece that is tangled up, that's feeding up. So I'm going to stop it there and I'm going to untangle this again. The joys of making coils, eh? Especially on a live stream, it never goes right. So I'm just untangling in some wire again. There we are. And again, I'm just going to slide that over. Now, if you have situations where your wire is slightly buckling on you, you can always use a pair of nylon tweezers just to make things a little bit better. So as you can see, I have made plenty of mistakes. It's just one of those things about building. Or one of those things about building. It's either going to go right or it's not going to go right at all. But like I say, these are my coils. I'm going to be vaping them. I'm not selling these coils. So any imperfections that might be in the coil, oh wow. This hasn't gone well at all for me. True, that is true. Prep is key. You know what? Flying Custard, just for this stream, I'm going to do it the way you told me to do it, where I'm doing it further away of what I'm doing it now, and see if that suddenly comes to me. Because any other way I have tried it, it doesn't normally do that for me. But let's have a try anyway, and see if it works. So I am, as you can see, so I was up here. So let me try it this way where I'm further away and see if it helps in any way or I take to it. I don't know. Let's have a look. Okay. Now I can't believe this has actually worked. Whenever I do it further away, and I've got it caught on something. Whenever I do it further away, it doesn't normally work like that, to be fair. Right, let's try it again. Thank you, Flying Custard. That has actually worked, mate. That has actually worked. I can't believe that's worked. Whenever I have tried that, that never works for me. Never. And I keep getting tangled, which is probably what's contributing to my imperfections, which I don't want. There we are. Okay, let's go with this Flying Custard. It seems to be working. I don't know though, but I have messed up quite a bit on this build. I don't even know if I will actually have a coil. So anyway, let's try this. So I'm further away. Send it. That has worked. But my wires have collapsed. Absolutely bloody far marvellous. What are we? So yeah, my wires have collapsed on me. Right, guys. This is not going the way I planned it. Or it was going the way I planned it, and I messed it up. Get you there, like that. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, this build is an absolute bust. Just for the simple fact that my core wires have all messed up and everything. So I'm not going to waste any more time on this. Boom. Nice one. The joys of making coils, eh? Joys of making coils. Right. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Aussie Cook, whenever I do it like that, it never seems to want to work that way. For me. It just doesn't. But today it seems to have worked. But like I say, it's joys of building. Hence why I normally take my time doing stuff. So I'm just going to quickly bang out another decore quickly and get set up again. I'm going to make a coil if it kills me, because off camera I have no problems. It's because I am on camera that it's decided, okay. Yeah, true. Thanks for popping in, Flying Custard. I appreciate that, and I will give that a go. I am just going to get myself set up again and doing my build again because I'm online. But thank you for dropping in. Yeah, true. Um, true, true. There's different ways. The things that I'm not comfortable with, I try not to do on my live, because you can guarantee on the live, if I try it a different way to the way it's been working for me, it tends to mess up. But we'll see how it goes anyway. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's get another decore whacked out. Hence the reason why people probably like the ready-made coils, because it can be a faff. I mean, I've been doing this for years, and as you can see, past couple of streams, I have just been absolutely diabolical. So make sure your wire's in opposite direction to what your final wrap wants to be. And we'll get another decal whacked out. So I appreciate you all for being here and for being patient. Right, so I also know what's going on. You probably can't hear it, but one of my swivels, I think, is about to fail. So I know everything's not yeah, true. I had to eat my own words there, Aussie Cook, didn't I? Really? I love it. I love it. Like I say, the joys of making coils. Like I say, I spend the week making coils, practicing coils and stuff, and I can just knock it out. I'm not saying that they are perfect and there isn't no imperfections in some of the builds that I do, but wow. Past couple of weeks, I have been on camera. It has just not worked for me, and it would have to work. It would have to mess up on me when I'm wanting to do try and represent early bird with the new products. But the end result will be better. Do you know what I might do as well? Because obviously I've got a longer core. I am going to try the no stretch method. on camera. Or should I say the half stretch method? I'll try it on camera. And I'll move back as well. Try and see if that helps a bit. But it is what it is. The joys of coil building. And plus, I'm that excited. I want to get this flippy RTA built as well. So as you can see, I'm just quickly whipping up another decal. I will try the half stretch method, see if that works. So there we are. So another decal is done. Leave a tail on there. I'm going to lose a bit. Boom. All right, let's get this decord and set up once again. So I do apologise, and I do appreciate you all still hanging about. So another decal. Let me tidy up my swivels, get all the other ends off it just to make it easier. Well, hey, we will eventually get there, guys. We will eventually get there. When? I don't know. Could still be here tomorrow, maybe. Right, stick that there. Boom. Right, let's get another 4 pieces of 26 gauge. So I want about 35. So I'll cut about 35. And let's get a stretch in. So it doesn't matter if it's not exact. We will get everything straightened and all level within time, within everything. That's hence why I like extra for swivel, chuck, stuff like that. Swivel. So, boom. So that's my 4 pieces just there. Come on, focus, Henry, focus. Focus, right. Let's get all these nice and level again. So you have seen this. I'm just boom. So let me get mounted into my chuck again. Weird feeling of deja vu. We have been here before. So I'm going to whack that in there, make sure that they're all in there. I might not use my guide, but I'm definitely going to use a key ring. Definitely going to use a key ring. It's just the way I can do it. My cores are going to collapse, and I don't want to do that, and I don't want that happening again. So boom, get that in there, get that round like that. Boom, there we are. There we are. So we're set up again. Like I say, I will be using a key ring. I want to keep those core wires nice and flat. Right, decore. So I am gonna do the non-stretch method, see if that works in this live. So I'm just going to pull a little bit just for mounting. Just for mounting. And then I'm just going to shove that up there. Oh, I was going to shove that up there. There we are. Boom. So as you can see, I haven't even stretched it, or I haven't done the stretch. So make sure my drill is in the right place. So I'm just going to pinch it and pull. Right, let's see if this works, guys. So establish my pinch. Wow, I can't believe this is working. Okay, we're cooking, it looks like. Okay. Okay, so I did mess up just slightly just there. Collapsing. So hopefully that won't make too much of a difference, hence why right. Let's carry on. I'll try and carry on. My wires are collapsing. Yeah, seems to be working. So yeah, it seems to be working out. Apart from that imperfection just there, I can't believe this non-stretch has worked for me. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I am further away from what I normally am. So, boom, let's get going again. There we are. Wow. Like I say, these are coils I'm going to be vaping, so it's not major if there's a few imperfections in there. Oh no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Don't collapse on me. Wow. Boom. Let me just check how much wire I've got here. Right. Right, come on. Yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to have to stop there. My wires keep collapsing. So, boom. See what that comes out with. I might just get away with getting a couple of coils out of there. There we are. So there is sort of like an imperfection there that I'll just flatten down. Pop that there. Should get a couple of 3mm in there. Boom. Right, where's my coiling jig? So thanks for everybody that's here, still here. So, seeing as I've been building for as long as I have been building, you can still learn. And I might have to definitely consider practicing that no stretch method. So let me just see how many, if I'm going to get a decent amount of coils out of this. And we'll go from there. So where are the imperfections? The imperfections are more on that side. Right. So I definitely did a 3mm, didn't I? Yeah, 3mm. So let's just wrap some coils here. Like I say, Aussie Cup, it doesn't normally work for me that way. I'm actually surprised that is, but I suppose when you believe in it as well, that also can make a difference as well if you believe that you can do it. So I'm gonna, first wrap is always your awkwardest. Let's get that wrapped. So 1, 2, 3. Three. 4. And imperfection. There we are, just bend that a bit. So 5. So these are the bestest coils that I've made. 2, 3, let's hope I get 4, and 5. So like I say, they're not the nicest coils, but they are coils. And plus there's a few bits in here of when it did collapse as well. But they are vapeable. So there we are. Not perfect, but they are vapeable. Right. And I think part of it as well, a little bit, is I'm that excited to build these devices as well. So maybe that comes into play. So let's get you here. Just let me move this out of the way. Hopefully the next build is going to be a lot easier. You're thinking he's going to do another build? We're going to be here for another 2 hours. Sorry, guys. True. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Aussie Cup. Right. Back to this. Back to this. Back to this. So, are you gonna thingy for me? That's good. Boom. Building mod is on there. What am I on here? Put you on hold. There we are. So that's a good height. Building mod. Let's get the Emperor out. So boom, boom. I put the alternative chimney in there. So that's not the one. That's the one that came in the tank that I've swapped out. Boom. So let's get going. So let's pop that on there. There we are. We are getting into the build stage. Boom. Right. Straight screws. Now, I'm not a big fan of straight screws, but if they work, they work. So, yeah, not too bad. For flat screws, if you do get this product, don't forget that you do get some hex screws in there as well. To swap out if you're not a fan of straight screws. They do give you hex screws to swap out. There we are. Oh, right. Mounting jig. Now, if I remember correctly, is it 6 mils, 7 mil, 6 mils, 5 mils? Anyway, let's try with a 6 mil. 6 mil there. Okay, come on. 6 mil there. Watch your eyes. Boom, out. And that is level. So I'm just going to drop these in. So that is 6 millimeter there. Let me go down to 5. It's just, it looks a bit high for me, that. Bit high. There we are. So I'm just going to, again, just drop that in. So yeah, after a bit of pulling and manipulation, that should be good. So I'm going to get the first coil in there that is not working. See if I've got a thinner screwdriver that'll go in there. That is not. The smaller one. That's a smaller one. There we are. So, boom. That's in. So, boom. Just going to move that out of the way momentarily. And then again, I'm going to do 5 mils. Give that a quick snip. A quick snip. These new cutters are absolutely amazing. I don't bother with flush cutters no more. Just for the simple fact that you're not cutting, most RDAs now, you're not cutting at the post, you're pre-cutting them. Sorry, I am off camera. So boom, that's in. Boom. So I'm going to pull up, because you will need to pull up just for manipulation. Let me move this down here. So you can see what I'm doing. And oh, and then I'm going, well, I did try that. And that's just slipped out of there. And you know why it slipped out of there? It's because you didn't tighten it up properly. That's why. Put that in there. Do some adjustments here and here. Let's get you back in there. Boom. Right. There we are. Right, let's try again. Give it a good pull up. That's perfect. Boom. Try and get rid of any wonk. Boom. And I want to pull it up as much as I can. Boom. And a little bit of manipulation and centering. And same with that one. Boom. And that's where we are so far. Finally got there. Or finally got some coils mounted, should I say. Yeah. So like I say, not perfect, not perfection, the way I would have wanted it to be. For this tank. But yeah. So just going to unscrew it. I'm going to put on my mod. And then I'm going to zero out my mod. Is this a new coil? Yes. So we're resting at 0.05 there. Whoa. So definitely a low resistance, but I'm not going to be dry firing it at 112. No way. So I'll start off at 30 watts. And hopefully I won't have no issues when it comes to heating it up. So let's get going, because I am dying to try this tank. So I'm just introducing some heat to it. Just want to run some heat through it, get it going. I am going to bump that up a bit. Let's get it to 40 watts. I'm going to bump it up to. Got some decent colour coming from it. So what you want to do is you want to introduce heat. You want to get him to glow from the inside out. Get rid of any hot spots. And if you're not familiar with hot spots are like little lightning bolts in your coil or hot points. You just want to work them out slowly. So I don't know if you can see just there. There's a little hot spot there. You just need to work that out. Give it time, work it out slowly, introducing heat. Give it a strum, a pinch. I like to pinch, I like to strum, and I like to pull. So I'll give them a little thingy just like that. Heat them up. And then also I will pull them as well. So I'll pull them on this side, pull them on that side, like so. There we are, looking good. So I am going to introduce some more heat to that. I'm going to bump it up to about 50. See if that helps some. There we are, that's looking a bit better. I just want to give them a light strum. And then what will eventually happen is they will heat up nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a different screwdriver out. I want to make sure those posts are secure properly, and hopefully this will work, which it has. Just thinking. So straight off the bat, I can tell straight away that I'm not going to like these straight flathead screws on this, so I will probably have to change them out at a later date. I just, at this point in time, I just want to get it all built and get vaping on it is what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move that a bit, and then I'm going to do the same with that. I'm just going to move that a bit. So these coils are probably taking ages to even out because obviously the way I built them wasn't perfect. So again, I'm just going to work everything out. Get any of these lightning bolts on hot spots out. Bump that up a bit more. So going up to 60 watts. So basically what I'm doing now is I'm trying to embed the coils to more or less where I'm going to be vaping at, because you don't want to get all your hot spots out at 30-40 watts, and then you're going to be vaping it at 60-70 watts, and then you're going to have hot spots at 60 watts. So once you get all your hot spots out, gradually increase the power and put it to over the wattage that you probably will be vaping it at. So I'm currently at 60. Let's see them now. There we are. They're getting there. So I'm just checking on the inside as well for hot spots. Let's bump this up a bit more. I'm going to go up to 80 watts. I'm not going to do anything drastic. I'm just going to give it a quick pulse. Just make sure there's no hot spots in there, which they are. So I'm going to bump it up a bit more. So I'm going to go to 100 watts. Just give it a slight pulse like that. No hot spots. They're glowing up nicely from the inside out. Let's bump up a bit more. Let's go up to 120. 120 should be fine. There we are. And they're glowing nicely. So let me bump it up a bit more. I'm just going to bump it up to 150. I probably won't vape it more than 150, but that's where I want to just make sure that there's no hot spots just there. There we are. Boom. That's nice and glowing from the inside out. So I'm just going to let them cool down, zero out my mod. Gonna have a quick vape. Thanks for being patient, everybody that's been here. Cheers. Hope you've got a drink. Have a quick drink. Quick vape. I'm vaping on this, and I just can't wait to try this. Just to make sure that my mic is still on. I mean, at this point, I mean, if you don't follow Aussie Cook on social media, you can see that his recent coil build absolutely smashed mine that I've just done now. So they're nice and cool. So I'm going to put this back on and see what our final resistance is. Is this a new coil? So 0.08 ohms. There we are. It's a bit better. Just let me get a close up of this. Yeah, that's definitely a 0.8. You might look like as a 0.06, but it isn't. It's a 0.08. So that's on there like that. So let's get this wicked up. So I like to use Kendo Gold Edition. It's just my preferred cotton. What I like to use. Firebolt cotton, I like to use that as well. And also just normal cotton, Muji cotton pads. Don't forget you need a nice small pair of scissors. Boom. Just need to cut an extra piece off like so. So normally, I would just get that, make sure it's nice, and obviously put it through the coil. What I've seen people do on recent live streams is just people pulling it out a bit and agitating those fibers, which is what I'm going to do. You know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it. As you can see, there are seeds in it, so it's a bit like Maverton, I suppose, if you've tried Maverton. A bit like that. So I'm just going to agitate those fibers a bit, just to help, hopefully to help with the wicking, like that. And then I'm just going to roll it up. Roll it up. And I won't lie, that has made it a lot more fluffier than what it normally is. Because it is a fluffy cotton. It's not right dense cotton. It is nice and fluffy. Hate it when that happens. So try again. Roll it. And spread it through. There we are. That is nice and slack, that actually, which is nice. So boom. So I want it to about the edge of the deck is where I want my cotton, or where I would have cut it off. So edge of the deck, cut that off. Should get 2 coils out of this one piece, hopefully. So pop that through there and pull. So grab that seed just there. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to agitate this side again and make it all fluffy. So sorry about that, guys. Cut to the edge of the deck like so. And again, I'm just going to make sure, yep, that's edge of the deck. So you've got some nice wicking channels there. So I am going to give it a little bit of a comb out. Some under. And all I'm doing is I'm just agitating those fibers a little bit more, just to make it a bit more fluffy duffy. There we are. And a bit of Mike Vape's under tickle just there. Boom. That should be good. So, final haircut, edge of the deck, or edge of the base of the tank is what I'm doing. And then let's test this out for space in those wicking channels. Oh, yeah, nice. There we are. That's nice in there. So it's not too tight. It's just nice and fluffy and in there. Also take into account that once it's also juiced up, it is going to expand a bit. So there's plenty of room for that cotton to expand. Yeah, plenty of room there. So try and stay in camera this time and do the same. I'm just going to tuck that in. We do a mic vapes tuck in there. There we are. Perfect. There's a thingy just there. Seed just there. Wicking is definitely better than my building at the moment. So there's plenty of room in there for the cotton to expand and whatever. Once you've juiced it, boom, that's all wicked up just nicely. There we are. So let me just change that. So that is all wicked up and nice, all fluffy and everything. Let's try this wicking method where you agitate it a bit. A lot of people have been doing it that way, so why not try it? So let's get some juice on here. So let's have something a little bit different. Let's have some ice melonade in there. Okay, it's Dark Stars Labs that hasn't made a return yet. My only favorite juice that's actually ice. I mean, it says iced, but it's very, very extremely subtle. Extremely subtle. So I'm not going to prime the coils on a high wattage. I'm going to get it down to 40 watts. Should work nice and fine. Get back to there. There we are. Let's see if we can get some drip action going on just here. Boom. So this is a little bit hard being too close. move out to about there. There we are. So boom. So I am using an old glass bottle and pipette. Get some drip action going on there. Pulse it. Get that juice into those coils, as well as saturating that cotton at the same time as well. So I just want to saturate everything nice. There we are. Looking good. So let me turn this up a bit. That is looking delicious. So what I'm going to do is, what other people have been doing is, I'm going to pop this chimney on there like so. I'm not going to switch out to the bubble glass. I'm going to keep the straight glass in there for the time being. And then I'm just going to carefully screw that on. Now I'm not going to crank it down completely. I'm just getting it on there. Crank that down. Boom. That is on there. Beautiful. Beautiful tank that is. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the logo as well. The early bird logo. Love that. Looking good. So let's open this up and get it filled. Like I say, I'm not going to use the bubble glass at this point in time. You can fit a decent amount of juice in with the straight glass, which is also good. It's not that I'm not a fan of a bubble glass. I am a fan of a bubble glass. But if it's got good capacity, I tend to not bother with the bubble glass. Now, I'm really looking forward to these products. I don't have many 30mm RDAs and RTAs. I have a couple of 30mm RTAs, and they're via Steam Crave, they are. And the reason why I haven't really purchased anything 30mm wise is because I do like the Steam Crave Supreme. Not Supreme, Aromomizer Plus tank. So, where are we? Oh, that was easy, pretty easy to find. And that's in there, nice. Look at that, that's looking nice and all filled up. And working, nice. Right. Let me just tidy some stuff up. Now, what am I going to put it on? Now, I'm going to put it on a regulated device. I'm going to put it on the Maxo Zenith. So I don't know if I've used this before on live. It's a triple battery. It has got some wear on it. This was a beta mod back in the day for me. So it's got a lot of use out of it. So it's a triple battery with a pod on it. So if you're not familiar with the term pod, it is basically a potentiometer. So it works in voltage, not wattage. So I'm using some Molicel P28s there, just haven't got a wrap on it. These are married batteries, so if you're using something like this, you want to be using married batteries. Don't use odd batteries. Once you've married them, keep them all together and always use them in a same sort of device. So I have different batteries for different stuff. Different batteries for different stuff that I use. Triple battery mods, dual battery mods, single battery mods, series mods. I have different batteries for those type of mods. So let's get this. This is a beautiful tank. Beautiful. It just looks gorgeous. It feels so high end. It feels so high end and well made. So we've got fire there. I'm going to turn it up to 3.2 volts. And we've got vapor there. So what I'm going to do is, let's have a 2 on this. Let's have a 2 on this. You don't want to see me with that on. Right, we finally got there, guys. First build out of the way. Nearly 3 hours into the stream. Perfect. Yeah. So there we are. There we have it. The Early Bird Emperor RTA, all built up with a 4-core Alien, ohming out at a 0.8. I've got this at 3.2 volts on the Maxo Zenith mod. Let's have a 2, guys. I have been waiting. Right, let's have a 2. So. Oh, wow. Now, straight off the bat, smack in the face with flavour. Seems to be wicking all right. Delicious. It is wicking. It's wicking, getting bubbles. Let me turn this up a bit more. So 3.4 volts. Wow. I should have put the bubble glass in because this is drinking. Tasty. So tasty. And there was no breaking time at all with that cotton. At all. I don't know, maybe ice melonade doesn't go with marshmallow. Now. Boy, that kicked the back of my throat. That is drinking. That is an excellent tank. I might even say that it's a aromamizer killer. There's some nice big pulls. Flipping it. Coils are not bad either. Say that they weren't great, the coils are not that bad. That is great flavour. That is top-notch flavour that I've had in a while. Okay, what happened there? What happened there? It's like I got a bit of a flood there. Let me have a quick look at this. No? No, seems everything is as it should. No? It's just me. No, it's just me. It hasn't. I thought it might have flooded, which it hasn't. That is just wicking up extremely efficiently. Oh, and I've just spilt my juice out of there. Rookie mistake, eh? There we are. Yeah, I thought I got a bit of flood in there, but no, that is fine. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I can highly recommend this tank. If you haven't gotten anything from Early Bird, I suggest go try them out. Go follow them online. I don't know who's still in here, if Az is still in here from Early Bird, but you've knocked these products out of the park, mate. You have absolutely knocked it out of the park. I think this is my favourite RTA. That got my throat. I must say though, this ice thingy in this tank is a little bit more icy, but the flavour is so crisp and clean. It's wicking efficiently as well. Let me. I just turn my mic off for a second then because nobody wants to hear me blow my nose. Yeah, delicious. If you haven't tried anything from Early Bird, I highly recommend the Emperor RTA. Really nice in the gunmetal. I love the design. I love the simplicity of you being able to build on it. Not too keen on the flathead screws, but not a problem. They do supply you with some hex screws in there. I do prefer hex screws rather than straight screws. It's, excuse me, it's one of those situations where if they're not deep enough, the straight edge, it can be a problem, which I did find a little bit of problem, as you saw me in the build stage. But yeah, that is wicking like a champ, an absolute champ. Look, the tank is more or less empty, more or less vape to full tank. Well, not a full tank, because obviously it goes down into the deck space as well once you filled it. Boy, the ice is killing me on this one, in this RTA anyway. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just a good quality tank RTA at the end of the day. Smashing RTA. This is one of my new favourites, I've got to admit. Love the airflow. Airflow I've had fully open. Let me shut this off a bit. So what we've got here, 2,000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it off about quarter of the way, or just over a quarter of the way. Oh, that's nice. That's even better. It is handling the wicking. It's great flavour. Looks good. Easy to build on. What more could you ask for an RTA, really? Bang on flavour. Right, guys. I'm not going to try and waste any more time. I want to get on with the next build on there. Let's just have another toot of this. And as you can see, vapor, plenty of vapor. It's chucking. Right. And I haven't had a dry hit or anything like that yet. Now I'm only coughing because that ice in this tank is more there in your face. But like I say, that's not a bad thing. That is a good thing. You're getting full on flavour, saturated flavour. Yeah, that is nice. Right, guys, I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to have a quick break. I'm going to grab another drink. I'm going to grab another drink, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to build the turnstone. So thanks for everybody that's still here. And I will be back shortly. So give me a couple of minutes, guys. I'm just gonna go grab another drink and have a quick toilet break. So I'll see you soon, guys. Yeah.
It gets more than a game. Coils tight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat advantage if you don't choose straight. Re-rig, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Beat back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-rig, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. We twist, it gets more than a game. Coils tight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat advantage if you don't choose straight. Re-rig, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
And I'm back, guys. Thanks for waiting. Boom. Right. So I've got chocolate dip strawberry by Vault City. I have had this one before, and is a really nice little drink there. There we are. So this is a sour, chocolate dip strawberry sour, chocolate infused sour with Scottish strawberries. I'm sure that says Scottish strawberries. Yeah, Scottish strawberries. Cheers, guys. Oh, wow. Right, guys, next build, let's get it going. So, let me... Oh. Right. So, the second build that I'm doing of the night, hopefully that it doesn't go completely tits up, is a Fralian. So, same again, it's going to be 26 gauge frames, 0.3 ribbon, 0.3 ribbon, and then again wrapped in 36 gauge. So, let me get a piece of 26 gauge off there. So what I'm wanting is a couple of pieces, same as before. One slightly longer for the decor. Now I'm using 3 pieces of ribbon wire. 3 pieces of ribbon wire. Folded in half to make 6, which is just over, just slightly thicker than a just slightly thicker than a piece of 26 gauge, not by much. So technically, I'm going to be doing my decore off the same size wire. Same size wire. So I want about 35 for the first one, and then slightly longer, obviously because it's my decore. And then I can always trim down. Trim it down to size after I've done obviously my decore. So like I say, 2 pieces of ribbon wire, 3 pieces of ribbon wire folded in half. That's going to be my first frame. First things first, I need to knock a decore out. So what I'm going to do is, so I don't mess up or don't have thingy, I'm going to do 2 decors. I'm going to do more than one decore and go from there. So where did I put my drill? There it is. So drill's back up here. Just drop that piece of wire just then. So boom, get locked in like so. So again, I'm going to put an L shape in there for mounting into the chuck to begin with. Get the old one out. Drop my Allen key. Drop Allen key. So boom. Let's get this piece mounted. Boom. So that first bit is mounted in, obviously with the L shape in there. Other side, I'm going to do the same for mounting in the swivel. So I'm just going to put another L shape in the other side, just here. Boom. Get my swivel. Boom. Lock that in. So like I say, I'm going to do 2 cores or 2 decors, just in case the first one messes up. Boom. There we are. Nice and tight. Opposite direction to how you want to do your final wrap. So opposite way around to your comfortable way of wrapping. So I like to wrap from over the top. So decore is going to be done this way. And then just grab my 36 gauge again. Mount it around there. Nothing special. Boom. And then let's get going. So that is a tiny bit loose than what I like it. No, don't do that. I knew you were going to do that. Oh, nice one. And why have you just done that? Okay. Right, that's messed up on me because my so the reason why I'm having problem is one of my swivels is messing up and binding. So I'm just going to quickly readjust. Oh. I know I had one somewhere. Alright. So I just need to take one of these swivels off because, yeah, that one's shot now. I'm just going to pop that back on. I need to stick another L because that one failed. So hence one of the reasons why I like to have extra wire and stuff like that for situations like this also. If you get into a bit of a bind, no pun intended. But yeah, one of those swivels has started binding. Hopefully I'm not going to have no more issues. So there wasn't much of an L in that, so make that L a bit more. Bit more where I want it. So there we are. And these are doing the same thing. Yeah, I don't want to be doing that. Right. Sure, I had another one somewhere. Right, just give me a second, guys. So I do have new swivels, but seems to be they're binding as well, and I don't know why. Hopefully this is a bit better. looks like I'm going to have to probably invest in some better better swivels, because the one that I've got, the weight and stuff that it says it was rated at, obviously isn't true. So move that. Right, hopefully that is going to be a lot better now for us. So I appreciate all of you that are still here, still supporting the channel. I appreciate you. So again, let's get this sorted. So again, I'm doing the decor. Yeah, I have a slight binding injury. WD-40, yeah. If I knew where it was, Aussie Cook, I probably would grab it right now. But this isn't doing too bad. So I'm not going to mess about with this one. I'm just going to do 2 decors. So I'm not messing about. And then if I mess up on the first one, I'm ready to go on that vegetable oil. I think it's more my new swivels that I've got, Aussie Cook. When I got them, they were rated for a lot of weight. And what I'm pulling on it is probably nowhere near that weight it's rated at. So I'm just going to quickly have a look at how much decor I've got. Definitely need more. Yeah, is like a proper ball bearing setup, Aussie Cup, or swivels like I'm using, because I'm thinking myself to getting like a proper like set swivel for one side. So I'm just gonna do that. Pop that there. So that's my first decor. And I'll quickly do another just in case. So that's decor number 1. So I'm just going to mount this up in my swivel again and then just knock out another decor. Then I've got all bases covered. There we are. And again, boom. So round 2. Again, just going to anchor it on there and knock another decor out. So this part of the build, with it being a Fralian, preparation is definitely key. So thanks for everybody that is still here. Appreciate you all. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're new. Don't forget to hit that like as well. It also helps the channel get more noticeable. And that's the second decal done. Perfect. Leave a tail on. And that is that. Boom. And boom. And second decal, in case I mess up the first one. So, boom. Just gonna chop that off there. Measure that. Just gonna measure my first wire. And there we are. So I'm just making sure that my frames are all in line and the same length. I'm just gonna trim the excess. That is my frames. Right, ribbon wire. So I want 3 pieces of ribbon wire. I'm going to fold them in half. That's going to make it 6 pieces of ribbon stacked. So I'm going to pull out 3 pieces of ribbon, twice the size that I need, because obviously I'm going to be folding it in half as well. So I recommend that you use a nice sharp pair of scissors to cut your ribbon wire. You just get a nice cleaner cut with it. Right. So I'm just going to grab one end. I'm going to roughly measure. I'm going to roughly measure. And then I will be straightening these out as well, because I want them nice and straight. It's just easier. It's just easier to bend and keep nice and straight. So the reason why I'm not stretching it on the spool is because I don't want to mess up my wire on the spool, because it's obviously flat wire. If it's round wire, yeah, stretch it on the spool. But ribbon wire, I won't suggest stretching it from the spool, because you might mess up your wire that's on the spool. Boom. So that's the ribbon wire sorted. I'm just going to straighten it. Just let me sort this out here. Just want to get all the other tail ends off the swivel. There we are. There we are. So, being extremely careful, I'm going to need 2 pairs of pliers for the stretching. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to there's 1 piece, there's 2 piece. Where's the other piece gone? There we are. That's the other piece that I've just dropped on the floor. So all I'm doing here is mounting one end into the pliers. Then I'm just going to run my finger to make sure that it's straight. Obviously, you don't want to stretch it when it's twisted, because then it's just going to mess up your ribbon wire. And then I'm just going to very carefully give it a stretch. Not too much of a stretch, you just want a nice stretch. and then you get a nice straight piece of ribbon wire. So second piece, and then just do the same thing. And then, I mean, you don't have to stretch it. It's just I find it easier stretching it and working with it after I've stretched it. So again, just going to grab it very carefully and then give it a, well, try and give it a stretch. So let me try that again. So I'm just going to pop that in there. And it's always good to have extra as well, like I say, for trimming. And let's try that again. So again, just going to grab it and then give it a little pull. And I'm trying not to lose all my ribbon wire here. So number 3, last one. Sorry guys. So number 3. I'm going to grab it, run my finger down. Grab it in the other, and then again, just give it a little stretch. You don't have to stretch it really far, just so it gives, and you should be okay. So that is the ribbon wire all straightened up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to gather them together very carefully. I am going to make them all level. So you just want to stack them. So what I'm going to do here is obviously be very careful. Trim the end off. Make it all nice and flush. Like so. Get them stacked on top of each other. Now this bit can be fiddly to begin with if you're new to ribbon wire. I know I struggled when I first started using ribbon wire, but just stick with it and you should be fine. So now that I've got them all stacked, what I use to keep them all in line is people can use spit, people use water. I don't want to use spit. I have used water, it hasn't worked. All I've got in here is some base mix of VG and PG and a sponge. So I'm just going to do that just so my fingers wet slightly. And then I'm just going to run my fingers down my ribbon wire. And then what that'll do is that'll keep them all stacked and on top of each other and shouldn't move as much. It should stay nice and straight for you. And then same again, other end, just rub it all down like that, and it stays all together like that. I know you can't see it, but it looks like one piece. That's all the pieces stacked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one end, and then I'm going to grab the other end, and then I'm going to fold it in half. Or I was going to fold it in half. Let me try again. Run my fingers down. And there we are. So I'm going to touch the ends of it here. And then carefully run my finger down to make a little indentation here. let me get you close, or as close as I can. So no, that's not going to work. Boom. So I want a little sort of loop just there, like so, pushing them together, like so, and then pushing them together so that they're stacked, and then run your finger down the wire like so. So basically, that's how you want your ribbon wire. You want it all stacked. Stacked and on top of each other like so. So boom. So I've got it all straight down there like so. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab my frames, which is my 26 gauge frames. So I'm going to grab one and put it on one side. One side of the stack, like so. Keeping everything nice and uniformed and in camera so you can see me. So, preparation is key when working with ribbon wire. Don't cut any corners at this stage, because like I say, preparation is key and is important for your build to come out perfect, basically. So I'm just going to get these like so. So basically, you want your wire just like that. So what I'm going to do to anchor this down, different people use different methods. Some people use wire, some people use hot glue and stuff like that. I am going to be using the hot glue. Practice makes perfect, Dion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So normally I would bind it with wire, but it's an extra step that I just want to avoid. So I'm using hot glue or hot glue stick and a lighter. So I'm just going to make sure that they're all where they need to be. I'm going to light up my glue stick. So this glue stick is just like the ones that you put in a glue gun. And then bind it a bit. Didn't warm that up warm enough. So get your glue stick nice and warm. Nice and warm. And then put a nice little blob on there. Like so. And then blow if you need to. Like so, and then just give it a couple of seconds just to dry and bind. Let's have a 2 on the Emperor. Delicious RTA. Cheers. So that is nice and dry. So now that that is binded there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to carefully run my fingers down. Now, while you're running your fingers down, if you find that your ribbon wire binds up a bit, all you have to do is just give it a little wriggle like that as you're going down. And it should all fall into place. So once I get down to the end is where I'm going to clean everything up. Keeping everything nice. You might have to run your fingers down a couple of times just to make sure everything's nice and tight. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to roughly trim everything, make it nice and neat. And again, I'm just going to run my fingers down. Now again, probably like Aussie Cook, you'd probably bind that with a bit of wire. I just go straight in with the glue stick. This part is going into the chuck, so I want a bigger blob a bigger blob of glue on here. So I'll probably do this a couple of times on this end. So, but this is going into the chuck. I'm not going to be using my flat chuck because it's just going to bend my wires up. So now that that's dry a bit, I'm going to put some more or another nice big dollop on there. Like so. And then again, I'm going to let that bind. And I'm just going to quickly run my fingers down again. So there is your core. And there it is. That is your three pieces of ribbon wire folded in half to make 6 pieces, or 6 flat wires, or 6 ply as some refer to it. So if you hear them say 6 ply frailing, it means 6 pieces of ribbon stacked. So that is the preparation for the frailing. Boom. That's the preparation done for that. So let's get stuff mounted up. So like I say, I won't be using my flat chuck. So I will be taking that out. So I use a nut cracker just to grab hold of this. Just makes it easier. Because this is quite smooth and it's hard to grip sometimes. So let's get everything mounted and ready. So I'm going to bring in my swivel. I'm going to open my swivel. I'm going to put this end in here. That's got the loop. I'm just going to pop that through my swivel like so. Are we back, guys? Is the sound working? Hopefully the sound's working now. I'm back connected. Great tank. Right. Let me adjust a little bit. Let's go for the another non-stretch bit of stuff here. There we are. Boom. Right. Let's get going. So I'm gonna again try to do it the no stretch method. See how I get on with that. I do have two cores ready in case I do mess up, which is probably inevitable and is probably going to happen. So I'm just going to make sure that this is binded. Just going to slide it into there and get a few. Oh, what's happened there? Right, what's just happened then? I want to get this right. Right. Hopefully that's going to work now. Right. Hopefully. Nothing but fun. Right. Let's get going with this. Let's hope you're right, Aussie Cup. And I am a lot better this time around. So. Now, for some reason, for me, stuff wants to collapse tonight. Yeah, this is not going well for me. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah. Not working, not working. Right, is that... It probably could be, but also collapsing as well on me. Yeah, that's collapsed. This is what normally happens to me if I do the non-stretch method. Normally I end up it ends up collapsing on me. So hopefully I can recover from this. Ooh. Let me take that off. You're probably right as well. Swivels and glue. All right. Yeah, swivels, yeah, as well. Although it isn't very tight, and there's no recovering from that one either. There we are. Nice one. Yeah. So again, boom. I've seemed to completely lost it when it comes to building. So I apologize, guys. That needs some more juice. Right, we're in the same situation I was before, guys. I'm not giving up though. I am not giving up. So let's go again. Quickly knock these out again. Boom. Quickly knock some more ribbon out and some frame wires. I'll do my frame a little bit different. I'll bind it round the round the wire instead of on the sides of the wire. It's a good job somebody does, Dion and Aussie Cut. It's a good job somebody does. But I'm not going to give up. It's the whole part of building. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes wrong. In my case, it just keeps on going wrong at the moment. When I'm on camera, should I say. I just don't know what it is with the camera situation. There's any other time I can, boom, I can get them out fairly quick. But not today and not last week either. So a little bit of a stretch. So there's one stretched. Number two. And I'll do it the Aussie Cook way as well. I'm going to bind it with some wire as well. As well as hot glue, just to give it that extra bit of stiffness and hold. And again, I'm going to give it a stretch. And that's second piece, third piece. And again. And then again, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a stretch, not much. I just want them all straight. Just to make it easier. Oh, don't do that. Oh, nice one. So that stretch was a waste of time because I've just messed them up. So that's nice. Binded and all the way down to the other side. Just so I can clean them up and make them all level. Boom. And again, little help from our VG and PG just to help them stay together. Boom. And boom. Run my finger down. Boom. Perfect. So again, I'm going to run my fingers down. Give it a little bend. Join them up. And then run my finger down. Run my finger down. And pinch together. So again, I'm just pinching together like so. So 26 gauge. Let's get a piece out. Same piece, I'm just going to do one nice long piece. Give it a stretch. Just give that a quick cut like that. So this way that I'm going to do it, I'm just going to bind it exactly the same way. I'm just going to fold the piece of 26 gauge in half and put a bend in it like so. So I'm just going to stick a bend in this because I'm using VG and PG Aussie cut, so that's what helps. Water for me doesn't help. Spit, I don't really want to use spit, even though it's my own spit. I don't want to use it, so I've basically just done the same with the 26 gauge. So I'm going to pick my ribbon wire up again, make sure everything is nicely stacked. There we are, all stacked. And then I'm going to get my 26 gauge and put that around it and put that in the center of it, getting it all together like so. And again, just getting my frames on the outside like that. So I'm going to do both. I'm going to bind it with some wire. So there, I bound it with some wire. Just going to make sure that's nice and flat, which it is. Now I'm going to go in with the hot glue again. Yeah, that's what I want. So again, with hot glue, let's get this bound up. So there, I'm just going to let it do its thing. And I'm just blowing it. I know you can't see what I'm doing. So it's bound. Come on, Henry. So that's nice and dry, more or less. So boom. So again, I'm going to run my hand down, get everything nice and tight, and then when I get to an awkward part, I'm just going to chop it and make it all straight and uniformed. And again, I'm just going to run my finger down to make sure there's something to bind there. And then again, I'll get some wire in there. And then bind it with some wire again. Chop that off. Give that a little press there like that. And let's go in with the glue again. And then I want to put a nice dollop on there to go in. Oops. So again, I know I'm not talking much. I'm just trying to get this perfect. And then I'm just going to stick another dab of hot glue on there. Like so. I am just going to touch it slightly and then blow. Like that. Like that. So that is round 2. So I'm just going to give that a couple of minutes just to bind there. I know it doesn't look like much, but once I get it mounted, hopefully that will work. Just want to fill this tank up again, but I'm just going to syringe it. So overfill a bit. Boom, and we're on again. So just refill the tank. So I'm just going to let that get to right. Right. Let me have quick. So again, I'm going to just pop this into here like so. Come on. Right, let me get this mounted and then have a look at this situation. Right. Is the keyring gonna work for me again? There we are. So, thanks everybody that's still here. Appreciate y'all. So, that is looking a little bit better. So, I'm not going to do the non-stretch method. What I'm going to do is I'm going to measure my D-core. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it slightly different so I haven't got a long piece to stretch. Is I'm going to cut my D-core in half. So what I've done is I've cut my D-core in half, but I'm going to stretch it. But what I'll end up doing is I'll end up cutting half of it, stopping, stretching my other D-core, and doing it that way. See if that works. Might get the build out a bit quicker than what I'm doing. Tighten the chuck on the drill. There we are. There we are. I have tightened it as much as I can tighten it. Aussie cut. Let's see if that helps, mate. Let's have a quick two. Right. I'm not going to show you how to stretch it. You saw me earlier on, so we'll go from there. So I'm going to stretch about there. So you have more faith in me. That is perfect. Thank you, Aussie Cut. I'm going to take my time like I would normally. I'm not going to rush it. Make sure drill is in the right direction. Find a quick opening here. Right. So like I say, I'm not going to go fast. I'm just going to go slow. And I'm just going to do it the way I've been doing it. So I have gone a bit wrong, but my hands are a bit sweaty. So it is working a lot better this way, I must say. So I've got a bit of a binding issue here again. So I'm just trying to release it here without disturbing the stretch. Come on, you can do it. Don't you dare stretch on me. Ah, come on. Please don't. Come on. Right. Let's see if we can recover. I know what I did wrong. There we are. Did I mess up there? It's not perfect, but it is a lot better. Yeah, the tangling again. Like I say, it's not perfect, but I'm assuming it's going to be vapeable again. There is some imperfections in this, but yeah. I hope that's not coming out of there. Right. Let's carry on. Let's do our best. Or I'll do my best to keep this going. Right, so that's more or less one piece there. Not perfect by any means. So I'm just going to cut that bit of decor off there. And we'll go again with my other side of my decor. Or the other half that I'd cut in half. And then I'm just going to stretch again the second piece. Like I say, not the best builds. I've just seemed to completely lost it on camera. Let's hope that's not overstretched. So what I'm going to do is, like I do normally, I didn't cut that end piece off. And boom. So what I'm going to do here is just simple. Is just going to make a little separation just there. A little separation just there. Put that back. So just a little separation there. And then we'll carry on. Bring that closer. I don't know. I don't know why it's tangling on me, Aussie Cut. I'm trying to keep, obviously, this bit here in as straight a line as possible without me twisting it and it feeding up. I don't know. It's just one of those things. And hopefully I can recover from it. I think my main problem is I'm going way too fast. Yeah, I'm going way too fast is what I'm doing. And I'm also losing my pinch for some reason. Now, don't do this to me. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, why does this always happen? Now it's caught on my socks. And it's tangled up. Oh, I really apologize, guys. I am not doing really well or even great content for you at the moment, so I do apologize. And that is not holding either. And this side is not holding too. It is slowly coming out of there, which is not what I want it to do. Yeah. Right, come on. Let's see if I can try and recover from this and keep going. Without it breaking off, hopefully. Yeah, it's broken off. Right. I have Aussie Cook, but I think what's happening is, you know, when I'm tightening it, it is loosening it and breaking it. So I don't know at the moment what's wrong with me at the moment. It's like I've gone from being a really, really good builder to an absolute crap builder. So it's just how things go. Let's try this. Let's see if I can put this last piece in there and at least get a coil on this RDA tonight, because we are running into the early hours and I do appreciate you guys sticking and staying with me. Alright, so let me lock that in there. Get that nice and tight again. There we are. Right. Let's carry on, guys. So that is working a little bit better for me. Yeah. Yeah, that's working a little bit better for me. So this part has come out a little bit better. I think I might have spoke too soon then. Yeah. This is the most rubbish build I think I've ever done. Absolutely. So this is a absolute rubbish build. I don't think, which I don't, which I don't believe I do. I might not have enough for a coil for this. Right. Absolute shambles. Right. Right, guys. Alright, let me have a look. So, let's see what I've got here. Anyway, I really appreciate you guys' support that is still here. I'm just, my building is completely off. Right. I am going to see if anything, if I can get some coils out of this. Like I say, they're not going to look very pretty, but I might get a few coils out of this. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right, so I've got 5 wraps, but I think that is going to ohm out pretty low. Fuck it, let's get it sorted. Nice one. And I've just lost my other half. No, I haven't. I have found it. Do you really want to see what it looks like, Aussie Cook? It's not too bad, it's not great. Let's put it this way, Aussie Cook. I will give you a close-up, don't worry. But it's not going to be like my other coils that I have been doing that have been alright. So, yeah. Give you guys a close-up of these absolutely gorgeous coils. Not the best. Mind you, they're not as bad as I thought they would be. So they're not too bad. They're not too bad. But still, I could do better. I could do a lot better than that. So anyway, let's get this turnstone built up. We'll have to see what it ohms out at and what I can put it on. So, let me just move some stuff. I think most of the rubbish outer wrapping, Aussie Cook, is underneath the coil. But I did need more wraps for what I'm doing. But we'll see how that goes anyway. Let me get you here. In the messy part. Let me get this focused. Let me get this like that. Like that. Boom. So let me just move a couple of bits out the way. Let's get the turnstone out. I need to swap out the pin on it. I'm not going to be squonking on it. And I just think it'll do better with a solid pin. Now there is pins there on both sides there that I can fill that hole with, but because there's no O-ring in there, I am going to swap it out for the solid one. I'm going to swap it out for the solid pin. So I'm just going to carefully take that out. So you can see what I'm doing there. I'm just holding on to the deck so it doesn't fall out. Tweezers. And there's the solid copper pin. Now if I had a bit more time, I'd probably polish that copper pin out. And just want to thingy that in there. Make sure everything's straight. Give it a little nip up. Don't put it too tight, it's copper, so you don't want it rounding off. Right, where's the box? Pop that on there, pop that on there. And that's the boxes. Right, let's get this on to my mod. Right, let's get these posts open. These are very wide posts as well, so hopefully the legs will fit all right. Right, so let me see how this is. So with this RDA, you've got airflow coming in two parts of this. You've got it coming from underneath the coil and out of there. And then you've also got airflow coming where the coil is. So you've got under coil airflow and top coil airflow on this. Right. Let's see how well this does. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Let's do a 6 mil coil leg. There we are. So I'm just going to drop that in like so, and then tighten them down. Tighten that down, and tighten that down. Yeah, these straight flathead screws, yeah, not much of a fan of. And that is spreading my coils a little bit. There we are, on there. So as long as the coil is just above that airflow, just there, that's looking good. Not looking too bad. I'm just going to pull it a bit. There we are. So same again. I did a 6 mil. Give that a trim and that a trim. And this to focus and do its job. Come on, Henry. And boom, that's the second coil in. Get these tightened down without pressing the fire button like I've just done, like an idiot. There we are. Coil number 2. So again, I'm just going to pull it up, make sure there's no wonk on there, which there is. Quite a bit of wonk on there. So there are the coils in there. So that is in there. Eventually. Come on, Henry. Why aren't you focusing? Focus. There we are. That's better. Right. So I'm just going to zero out my mod. Put it there. So this is ohming out at 0.08, similar to the one that we had in the Emperor. Right, so let's move this down. I want it about 40 watts where I was before. So whoever's still here, I appreciate it. People have probably gone and thought, what's this guy bloody know? Do you even vape? Oh, look at that. They're heating up nice. Straight off the bat. So what I want to do is that. And I just messed the other coil up by moving it. Make sure they are our. One of the reasons why I don't like flatheads. There we are. And there we are. They're nice and tight down now. Looking good. Let's ramp up that wattage to 60 watts. That's looking good already. That's good. Let's ramp it up to 80 watts. No hot spots, probably because there's a bit of separation there as well. Perfect. Well, let's go one better. I'll do 110. There we are. Perfect. So let's get this whipped up finally. So I want a decent piece. I am going to stretch it out a bit. Get all those fibers all stretched and nice. And then I'm just going to roll it up like so. Need a doctor in the house. What do you mean by that, Aussie Cup? You're talking about me? I need a doctor. So just going to pull a slight bit off there. Try again. Oh, there. Yeah, that's when I just stuck myself with the screwdriver. Like I say, it's one of the reasons I don't like flathead screws. So, I'll be good, Aussie Cup. So I want to just pull that through just slightly. Cut that. Roll that through there. Get it about the same. I'm just going to pull that. Right. I'm not going to comb out. I'm just going to agitate. Like that. Release those fibers just like that. Boom. Quick haircut. Both sides. Boom. Done. Right. What a live stream, guys. What a live stream. So I'm just going to now just tuck that into the deck. Perfect. And then boom. Pop that in there. Like so. Like I say, it's not hard to wick an RDA really. It's probably more harder to wick an RTA and get it right. There we are, all wicked up. Oh, I appreciate that, mate. Probably learned how to not make coils. Anyway, right, I'm going to let's see what I've got here. So, going to use some scones from Dark Star. Let's try some of that. A bit of a shake, like that, and I'll just take that off, zero out the mod, put you back on, see what our resistance came to. So it stayed at a 0.8. 0.8. Two minds think alike, Aussie Cup. So same as the RTA basically, 0.08. So let's get this wicked up and get it vaped and talk a bit. So let's prime those Mochocos. I want to get them nicely saturated. Like so. Get that cotton all soaked up. Like so. Little bit of a lick there. There we are. And then I'm just going to dunk some in the bottom there. Just to soak up. There we are. Looking good. So, we are on there. Right, let's get the top cap up and on. Nice and smooth. So, Tombstone, all set up. Instant flavour, 100%. Even though it wasn't the greatest build like last week. Yeah. So, before I put it on anything, I just want to quickly tidy up. And then we'll talk about both. I'll show you what I'm putting this on. It's just a mess here right now. And get all my tools back to where they were. Don't have to be anything special, just so most of it's out of the way. So I'll stick this on a mech, which I'm going to use Sidekick. So you know I've used the Sidekick before. It's not retro. It's not that kind of stream today. So, bam. Let's get it. I made it through. Yes, I made it through. But like you say, if you've learned something, Aussie Cook, today from me messing up, I can't really complain, really. That's the whole point of my live streams, is just to basically chill out, make some coils, whether it's good, bad, or what it is, to thingy. As much as I hate mistakes, I like them happening live. So, you know, if there's a way to recover, I can recover it. True. So, I'm gonna stick it on the sidekick. I have polished this up. Not perfect, because obviously the in-between bits are not perfect, but it's nice and clean and shiny. So, get that. So yeah, the sidekick mat, all nicely clean and thingy, bit of patina in between and all that, but nicely cleaned. All the threads are nice and clean. So let's get. Appreciate it, Aussie Cup. So I'm going to put this on top of the sidekick. I think that looks good. As much as I like matchy stuff, I do like a different colour comparison just there. So everything's nice and clean on the inside, all polished up. Let's get a battery in there. Get that in there and screwed up. All that screwed to the battery. So we've got some action going on there. Right, guys, we eventually got there. So I am going to do that. Get that stupid thing off my head. Boom. Right, guys. So appreciate all of you that are still here, still been here, still dipping in and out, thinking, what's this guy flipping doing? For those who don't understand, obviously is going to think whatever. People that do understand about coil building obviously get it. But yeah, so that is the tombstone. Got it on the sidekick. Fully open, some scones in there. Earlier on, I did the Emperor RTA from Early Bird. Two very good devices, very good toppers, RTA and RDA. Now they do a Sparrow tank and a bridge for a Borrow or an AIO that takes Borrow bridges. I'm not really a Borrow user, and that is the only device that I have that takes a Borrow. It's not that I'm not into Borrows, it's just, you know, I want to have a decent device to put it in as well, and a decent bridge. Maybe that's something for future, maybe, but I am interested in the Sparrow, maybe getting the Sparrow RTA, if you're familiar with it. So, like I said, the turnstone, I've got it built up, not the best coils, but not the worst. Dual coil, 008 ohms, airflow wide open, got some scones from Dark Star. Let's give it a 2. That is nice. Let's close down. So I've closed down the airflow, 2 of the holes. That's a lot better. I like it like that. That's what I'm looking for. It's weird. Normally with this cotton, there is sort of like a breaking time for it, a little breaking time. But like you saw me when I was wicking, I've split the fibres a bit, which I've seen on other YouTube reviewers. One being Jaff Vapes. If you don't follow him, give him a follow. He's on social media. He's got a YouTube channel. Follow him. He's great. I've seen him do it. I've seen other reviewers do it where they split the fibres and then roll it up. It works a lot better, that wicking technique. I won't lie. Yeah. When you first started watching me, I stayed away from flat wire Aussie cut. But obviously I wanted to do something different. I've never done flat wire and never been comfortable using it. But I've got more comfortable and probably just like your post with yours on there, you basically said once you go flat, there's no going back. And with a flat wire build or a Fralian like this, it's hard to explain. You taste all those different notes, different notes of your juice. I mean, a lot better. Don't get me wrong, that is tasty with just an alien. And it's chucking the clouds. Flavour's good. Good looking tank as well. Build quality is excellent. Easy to build on. Easy to wick. Can't complain about this one. Turnstone. I just think it is just a sexy RDA. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, both 30mm RDAs. RTA, RDA, both 30mm. Got some more juice in there. So yeah, both 30mm. I mean, like I say, I don't have many 30mm. I've got a Vortex and I've got a few old ones. The only two 30mm RTAs that I've got are Steam Crave ones, the Aromomizer Plus and the Glass V2. And to be fair, the reason why I haven't got a 30mm RTA is because I've been happy with them, plain and simple. This has been classed as the Asgard killer. So I have never tried an Asgard. It was on my list of things to get, but I probably will get one just to see the comparison. And the excuse me, that got me. And the flavour is just phenomenal on both devices. That's what's making me think maybe get the Sparrow. And then maybe at a later date, maybe trying the bridge. Don't really want to put a nice bridge like that in a flipping Pulse AIO Mini. But yeah, anyway, let's try again without me coughing. Now, I am going to shut it down even a little bit more. So I'm going to shut it down halfway. Come on, Henry. So I'm going to shut it down halfway. So I've got 6 holes closed, 6 holes open. Yeah, I think I like that a bit better. That flavour is just pooped. Airflow is excellent, as well as you're getting that side airflow. You're also getting airflow coming underneath those coils as well. Boy, that dried out pretty quick. Let's get that juiced up a bit more. That dried out pretty quick. So let me get you some down there. Let me get some on the cotton. And through those coils. There we are. That dried out pretty quick. Excuse me. So I'm going to let that wick up a bit. Go back to the Emperor. What, it gets to your throat a bit, Aussie Cup? I think it's because you get it. It's a flavour enhancer ribbon wire. I don't know why I've stayed away from it so much over the years. I mean, I've been vaping and probably building about 10 years. And like I say, it's one of those wires that I've avoided. Hydrate a bit. But can't complain, flavour one bit. Can't even handle it. And I've wicked this perfectly as well. It's keeping up with the wicking. Can't fault the way I built it. Perfect, nice. Bit cloudy in here. Right, let's go back to this one. I really hope I haven't burnt my cotton. And that's my own fault for vaping it nearly dry. Yeah. I am coughing because I burnt my wicks. Excuse me. Gonna have to re-wick that RDA. I went and burnt my cotton, vaping it dry. Let me just quickly re-wick this because I'm not giving it really any justice doing it this way. So I'm going to agitate those fibers like that. I'm just going to spread it out, break those fibers up a bit. So I'm going to take a bit of a slither off this, pull it up. That's fast. You're talking about it going dry or fast me re-wicking it? Yeah. Try again. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it's not the RDA. It is me. Human error. It's better. So I'm going to use 2 pieces. Definitely wicks fast. So I know you can't see me re-wicking. I don't think you need to see me re-wicking. Like, I think most people that watch know how to re-wick. I'm just re-wicking because I vaped it dry and burnt my cotton. I suppose at least it's not mesh. Dry hit from meshes. Anybody who's had dry hit off a mesh, no, it's not great. So I'm just going to mute you for a second, guys, because I'm just going to blow my nose. And nobody wants to hear me blow my nose. So let me just quickly agitate these fibers again. There we are. Nothing special. Just want to fluff everything back up and give it another haircut, like so. So if you're just jumping in and you're just jumping out, I'm re-wicking this turnstone. I don't know why I want to say tombstone, but turnstone RDA. And I'm trying to get it in there without binding up the cotton, making sure it lays all nice and flat in that deck so it wicks properly. And just for the record, Aussie Cup, I know you said you've learned something, even though it was a messed up thingy. I just want to say that I've also learned shit off you and everybody else that's been in. Custard Guy, forgotten, and other people, and RDA.s and Coils. Yeah, thanks for your insights as well, because I'm still learning as well. I might be doing this all the time, but yeah, I am still learning just as much as anybody else is still learning. and it's good to learn, and also because I will try these methods that have been told to me today and see how that works for me. Spilling juice. Spilling juice everywhere. Alright, let's try again. There we are. So, let's try again. A lot better yet. I burnt my cotton. That was definitely a cotton burn, because it's not tickling my throat the way it was. So that's definitely yeah. Two absolutely great devices. Early Bird, if you've never heard of them, go follow them on social media. Go check out all the stuff that they've currently got. They are absolutely killing it and smashing it at the moment with all their products that they're coming out. They are coming out with other stuff as well. They are coming out with other stuff as well. Stuff in the pipeline that I can't wait to see what they come out with next. They do want to come out with, I think, a mech, something that I suggested when chatting. Who was I chatting with online? I think it might have been Azza. I was chatting. Right. Also, you eventually tried the keyring method. Thing is, I'm just using a keyring because that's what I've got. Not everybody has got all the best things. So, in a way, that's how I like to approach it, that somebody might not have the best swivels, the best drill, the best setup. Alien makers that you can buy online and stuff. Not many people have the money to buy stuff like that. I haven't got the money straight away myself. Things that I get when I can. One of the things being my flat chuck. You know, I've been wanting one for years and years and years. I've wanted one and I eventually got one, and it does help obviously with those multi-core builds. Keeps all the thingies flat. Not so good with flat wire. I know I did put it in that chuck once I'd got a wrap going on there, but if I was to put it straight in the chuck, straight in that flat chuck and flatten it down, all my flat wire will turn and distort. That's why I don't do it. I understand what you said about obviously putting the chuck harder and harder, but I think with that sort of situation, it slips out. The harder you pull it, loosens that glue. It's just something I have to play around with. Like I say, past couple of weeks on lives, I have absolutely messed up on my builds completely. Off camera, yeah. I don't know if it's because people are watching me. It's not that I'm nervous about anything. I enjoy doing this. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. Just to basically educate. You know, I'm not somebody who thinks that I know it all or anything. I'm showing what I can do or what I'm comfortable doing. And if somebody benefits from it, that's all I need. Really, if it helps somebody, if it helps one person, I'm happy. If it helps 100 people, more happy. It's not really why I'm doing the lives. It's just to share what I've got, share my knowledge a bit and stuff like that. Yeah, talking and doing it at the same time. But same again, when I'm concentrating and I'm not talking, I'm thinking, they're probably thinking I'm, you know, talking and doing it. But even talking and doing it on my previous lives, it's all gone well. What I'm struggling with at the moment is my wire, my decal when I'm stretching it. Normally when I've stretched it on my other lives and fed it through my chair and thrown it out there, it's been all right. But lately it seems to be spiraling, getting knotted and stuff like that. I don't know. Hopefully it's going to get better. Probably just need more practice and stuff like that. But practice makes perfect. I'm still learning. Even so many years on, I'm still learning as well. And I'm learning off people that obviously comment and give me advice as well. That give me advice as well. I do take it on board. I don't think that I know better or anything, because I'm still learning. It's like with anything in life, you still learn, you're still learning. And that's what I like about vaping and this community. Everybody helps everybody. Everybody might have knowledge about something that somebody doesn't know, and vice versa. And it helps. It just makes you a better person, better builder, better vapor. And we don't get, especially on YouTube, we don't get good press as well with where it comes to vaping and stuff like that. So, you know, I do it because I love it, not because not really to get anything out of it, really. I like doing what I do, and I like sharing what I do as well. If that makes sense. I know I'm jabbering on now. Nice. Yes and no. Aussie Cup. I don't know what it is. It's like today. I've been running nearly 6 hours now. Flipping heck. 6 hours. I've been running nearly 6 hours. Now, normally off camera, obviously I do make mistakes and I do thingy, but I can make a coil a lot quicker and a lot nicer as well. Off camera, I'm not saying I don't make mistakes. I make a lot more past couple of weeks on camera than I normally do. But yeah, it's just one of those things where you do make mistakes, and I'm making more of them now that I'm live past couple of weeks. Don't know why, just busy and stuff. But I am practicing and stuff. I mean, Suka build, first time I did it, I nailed it. But the ones that I've been doing after, I haven't been able to get the stretch right. And working with flat wire as a decore is a lot harder than just using round wire as a decore. It's just one of those things. Great flavour. Anyway, guys, I am going to leave it there. 2 really good products there by Early Bird, the Turnstone and the Emperor. Okay, I will probably get a review out for both of these, separate review. So keep an eye on that. Thanks for everybody that's joined today. If you're watching on the hashtag replay crew, don't forget to subscribe. If you're new, don't forget to like. It bumps up it bumps up the video to more people that see on YouTube and stuff like that. Comment, obviously, if you have any questions, I will reply in the comments after, if you're watching the replay and everything. Share it as well with people that might benefit from it as well. I know, just try and get this video out to everybody. We don't get good press on YouTube and every way. That's the best way you can support the channel as well. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. I hope you enjoyed the live stream tonight, even though it went a bit tits up again. I think as well I was more thinking I wanted to get these built and get them tried and everything and stuff like that. But I will leave it there. Yeah, you too, Aussie Cook. Have a good one as well. Thank you for joining. Everybody that's jumped in, jumped out. Everybody's watching on the replay. I appreciate you all. Love you all. And I'll see you very, very soon. I'll see you next week, 8 p.m. as planned. And hopefully it won't be so much of long and drawn out live stream. So again, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next week as well. Don't forget, vape safe. Love you all. Love and respect. And I'll see you on the next one.